Okay, I'm trying again, guys. I got kicked off. This is round two. So let's see what this produces. Anybody still there? Anybody see me for the second time? Hello, hello. Anybody there? Okay, let's try this. There we go. We got somebody in the room. There, he's back. Well, I didn't know if you were. I saw your comment when my screen went black. I saw everybody's comment, and everybody thought it was there. Well, maybe it was yours, but it was mine also. My entire TV shut off. I mean, I'm sorry, it didn't shut off. It went back to the home page. I had to re-log into the browser, everything. Weird, because it affected me, or something affected me. Maybe you infected me. No, not affected, but infected. But so I came back on, but I didn't see you guys come back. So I went ahead and logged off and started a new stream, and I'm calling this round two. So gotcha. So you can hear me okay? I checked my mic. It looks like it's good. Yeah, it was. I saw everybody's comment. Is he still here? Um, oh my gosh, I think something happened to my internet. And the last one was, did the stream still end or just end, or is it just me? That type of comment. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh, you're not going to believe it, Cruz. Listen, you're not going to believe this. And it's all gone now, so I can't show you. But I was so excited. Maybe there was a reason for the live stream to end. But while everything was rebooting back up, I went out into the kitchen and I realized, wait a minute, what is that on the counter? And what is that on the counter? And I realized it was food. And I remembered my son and my wife went to the restaurant, or they went shopping, and they also ate at, I mentioned earlier, my son's favorite restaurant from Mexico City. Or I mean, from Central Mexico. And I was talking about, their food, all the items on the menu. And I went out to the kitchen, and what is sitting on the counter? Food from that restaurant. And I thought about you and went, oh my gosh, I have to show Cruz. And what did she buy me? She bought me tres tacos de pastor. You remember Jeff was saying his favorite is pastor, tacos de pastor. Well, I just finished with my limon. I just finished it. It was, oh, super good. Muy bueno. Excellent. And remember the mayonnaise, the mayo that I said in the refrigerator? I got that out and I added some water and I mixed it up and I dripped it on my tacos. It was awesome. Oh my gosh. Sorry. There's more people, I think. There's 5 comments. Who came in? There he is. Wait, Cruz. Harumi, you did come back. Aw. Nice to see you, Harumi. I know. What are the chances? I couldn't believe it. Look, right here. I wish I could show you. Hold on. Let me see if there's anything left over I can show you from the restaurant. Hold on. Let me think. Um, let's see. One is that was beans and rice. It looks like that was a burrito. And this one is, oh, I think my wife ordered tostada. That's usually her favorite. I'm telling you, their food there is, it's like better than good. Really good. And they're a little bit expensive, but I think for the quality of food they produce, it's still a little bit expensive, but what is not expensive right now in the United States? But anyways, really impressive. You know, coming from San Diego, California, it gets my approval. Yeah. Let's see, you were talking to your mom about your conversation. Oh, be dang! Look! You're talking about your. Oh, is your mom there? She can hear the conversation. Oh, Mitch, FN. Oh, I don't remember seeing you, Mitch, but thank you for the compliment. Yeah, I couldn't believe it. And she doesn't normally get me, pastor. My favorite, like I said, is pescado. Love it. And I can eat any of them, pollo, carne asada, whatever. Even birria. And what is that brain? What is birria? No, birria is a seasoned pork, isn't it? I've tried them. I've tried them all. Yeah, it was super good. Yeah, teach me again. Birria is, I forgot. Mitch, stay in here if you can. And Harumi, do you speak Japanese? Obviously you do. What part of Japan are you in, Harumi? 12 people watching. Come in, guys. Flood the room. Come on. Come in, come in. Let's make it a party. At least I need more coffee to continue my party. What am I going to do? Oh, tostadas. Yes. Oh, their tostadas are just, they're so perfect. They they make them just so well. You should try their sopas. OMG. They are like perfectly done. It's just that thin, crispy bottom to it, and such a tender corn, in on the top, and their toppings are just, and the cheese, the goat cheese. What's that called again? Justy, hoorah, brother, as you were. Praise God for the military. No problem. Gosh, I'm impressed with your English. If you speak as good, if your English is as good as you write, I'm really impressed. Awesome. Hoorah, Justy. That's, as you can. I don't know if you recognize the insignia, but that's Navy right there. I'm wearing the Marine Corps cover because I was with the 123rd Marines out of Houston, Texas, providing medical support for them, 2004, 2005. Hence the doc um, name. That's what the Marines call. Um, if you didn't already know that, that's what they call the medical support. Birria is most of the time beef and pork. Oh, so it's like a combo. Okay. What is the brain called again? That's actually really tender. As long as there's some good seasoning in it. Yeah. So tell me about your brother, Justy. Where are you from, and um, what did your brother do in the Navy? There we go. I turned the music down a bit. Sorry about that. If you're still there, Justy. What is your profile picture? Let me zoom in on that there. Oh, it's just a young man with a mask on. Mm. I mean, what is the brain? You know what I'm talking about. What is that called in Espanol? That taco with the beef brain? You know, they make tacos out of everything. Don't they make tacos from the ear also? They use the pork, I mean, the beef ear. The beef, I mean, the brain taco. What do they call that? It's not tacos de seso. What do they call it? Maybe it's just a different part of Mexico um, term. Um, I'm trying. I'm not looking at the TV right now, but I'm still here. Don't know what's in English like brain. Brain is brain in English, but the Rio. I see you. I'm over here making coffee, so give me a moment. Um, yeah, darn it! I almost want to Google it. Jordan, can you Google something real quick on your phone? Can you look up uh brain taco? Let me look it up. Let me see what they call it. Um, oh no, that's what they're calling it. In when I Google it, it's tacos de sesos. But it seems like that isn't what they call it. Like on the taco truck, the truck that uh, the mobile, food truck. Cabeza, of course. Gosh, so simple. That's the head, but that's it. Tacos de cabeza. They use cabeza instead of seso. Well, sorry you can't stay, Rio, but thank you for coming in and saying hello. Oh, where are you going? What movie you guys gonna watch? Yeah, 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 yeah. That's it. I was thinking the Spanish word for brain, but it's not. It's the Spanish word for head because it comes from the head. But yeah, in Southern California or that part um, of the West Coast, you will hear tacos de cabeza more than you will hear tacos de seso. Okay, okay, okay. I understand. I'm making it more complicated. It was easy. I was thinking of the word head, cabeza. My goodness gracious. Okay, while the coffee is warming up, I will go back. All right, Rio. See you next time. You know, right now I'm not able to click on the links. Not on this StreamYard platform doesn't allow me to click on links. But if I have my phone, well, it's not my phone, but if I have a phone, I can follow, on my YouTube channel and click on the links. So, but it's okay. I already figure out what I was trying to say. Tacos de cabeza. Okay, okay. That's why I was confused. Oh, Cruz, I asked you before. I did not see your answer. Um, are you are you carrying a weapon as a security guard or no? Oh, it is? Say so is different than, I mean, like tacos de cabeza and taco de seso are two different tacos? Two different um, meat, or one is the same, just different name, different title? Is that seso is the only brain? Oh, is only the brain of the cow. Oh, okay. So they use the brain of the. They don't use the brain of the pig, do they? I thought that was dangerous. It carries a. Maybe not. Maybe not. Okay, my coffee is ready to pour. I think I'm using the Keurig, so I'm doing cup by cup, not a pot of coffee. Okay. I should turn the camera if I could, and you guys could watch me over in the kitchen. But the head cabeza is the full meat, which means oh yeah, 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 yeah. They grind it together, correct? Okay, okay. I think I understand. They grind it, right? They combine everything. I think I've been told that before. You're correct. Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, okay. Well, you explain very well, by the way, Cruz. You do. Yeah, I remember. I think somebody explained that to me before. Yeah, 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 yeah. Say-so's just a brain. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Yep, yep. I think I remember when I saw cabeza, the tacos de cabeza, you can see the different ingredients in the texture of the meat. Yeah, 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 yeah. Where brain is more brain. It's softer and pale, more white, pink. Well, you cook it, it turns brown, but yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. You see, I I leave California and come back to the East Coast for total now of 14 years, 15 years, and I forget, you know, what I live with in San Diego, California. Also, another city in San Diego County is called Spring Valley. We lived there 2007 to 2011. And we were always looking for, good Mexican food. And we found a restaurant on the other side of the montaña or hill that was from Mexico City. And their menu was different. They had the yucca, fried yucca, and is it prita? Yucca de prita, fried yucca, and like yucca fries, instead of um, potato. I'm trying to think Spanish. Papas. It was uh, yucca, and so the menu was different, and it was really good. They did a really good job. Yeah. Oh, in English, 8 years old. You kept learning. Oh, but dang. Well, you're doing really well. Military guys that help us. Okay, I'm reading your answer to my previous question. That sounds like my wife is from the Philippines, and they have a large Espanol history. So their language is very similar to Espanol. Different. They use the vowel a, e, I, o, u. And there's a province in the Philippines that speaks primarily Espanol. They call it Chavacano. Sounds Espanol, right? The word Chavacano. Um, but anyways, her father is ex Philippine National Police. They call it PNP. And all through the country, you will see either security guards, with no weapon, or you will see the PNP, I think it's PNP, the Philippine National Police, helping the security guards. And they will be carrying weapons, usually a shotgun, a sawed off shotgun. Excuse me 1 second. I have to wipe my face here. The food I was eating is still everywhere. Okay. Yeah. Instead of potatoes, they use yucca. Mm-hmm. And the menu items on the menu, are a little bit different or a lot different. So you have to read, ooh, what is that? I've never heard that before. And that's when I asked them, they told me, yeah, the owners are from Mexico City. I said, that's why. Yeah, I forget the small town or city that this restaurant that I just ate, where they're where they originate. But they do a really good job. Preparation, even the food, um, uh, presentation, you know, at the table. It just, wow, really good. Oh, you say, I'm sorry, I'm reading more. Your anime, Japanese cartoon, you watch it in English subs. Yep, 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 yep. You know, my son watches anime. He actually has a library of books in his room of, I forget what type of anime. Yeah, you do. I do patrols, is what you said, right? Around the whole mall, checking any suspicious guys. Oh, I see. Then there's this group of 3 to 5 military guys with guns already. Oh, I see. So if it is a circumstance that is above your capability, then you can call them. Well, that's cool. That's a quick response because they're already there. Instead of having to radio, and dispatch a unit to come out to the mall, they're already there at the mall. Oh, let me. Yeah, I wish Jeff would come back. I felt bad that I lost all um, the connection. Let me finish my coffee, my cafe. Okay, one more pour here. You see the picture, Cruz? That one up there, right there? That's from the Philippines when I went there 2018. That was a sunset at dinner time. We were eating at a restaurant, and that sunset was in front of me, and I took my phone and started taking pictures. It was amazing. Some beautiful sunsets down in Mexico as well, especially on the playa. Yeah. You have brothers and sisters, Cruz, or just by yourself? Only child, or you have um, brothers, sisters? What is brothers and sisters in Spanish, Espanol? I forgot. Brothers. It's not hija and hijos. That's son and daughter, right? What is brother and sister? I forgot. I don't remember. Okay, coffee is finished, I think. Oh, I didn't put sugar. One Splenda. Uno Splenda. Splenda is splendid. Okay. Okay, I'm finished. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Honey, I'm home. What movie was that? Honey, I'm home. Nicole! Sorry, I was getting coffee. Nicole Laws. Stay here, Nicole. How are you? Yeah, what is brother and sister in Espanol? Hermana, hermano? I forgot. Is that right? Yeah, hermana, hermano. Is that brother, sister? Oh, you have a sister? And she's an English teacher. Awesome. Woohoo! Yeah, hermano, hermana. Okay, you see, my memory comes back. James, there he is. What'd you do? What year did you join the Marines? No, Navy insignia. Remember, James? Navy corpsman, hence the reason why my name is Doc. The Marines call the Navy corpsman Doc, and we get to wear their working uniform. Remember, I thought we had this conversation. To answer your question, though, what year did I join the Navy? 1999. I was older statesman in the Navy. I was 37 when I joined, and I signed an 8-year contract. Hoorah! Awesome. Yep, yep. Yeah, I was assigned to the 123 Marines out of Houston, Texas, 2004, 2005. Over at Fob Heat, Iraq. Ooh, that coffee's good. Oh my goodness. Well, thanks for coming back, James. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And what do they do? Do you know what do they do in the Navy and the Marines? Your sister's 23, 11 years younger than you. Yep, younger sister. Awesome. You know, just thinking, in the beginning, remember I was talking about in the beginning? In the beginning, there everybody spoke one language. before God, changed the languages, we know the story, or a lot of you know the story. The Tower of Babel is when God changed languages. But before that, everybody spoke one language. And now, as we get closer and closer, what language is becoming the worldwide language? English. I always wonder, I wonder if the whole world will go back to English. At the beginning, we spoke one language, and now English is becoming the universal language. Oh, awesome, James. If I if I said my yak is good to go 100%, I'd be lying. But it's a do-it-yourself project, and it's pretty. There's really not much I'm going to do, not much else I'm going to do. I'm just trying to maintain what I have, and the most recent project is the trolling motor. And that is giving me some issues, but I'm still happy with it. I'm spoiled. It makes me smile to have the high speed, GPS and spot lock and all that. But it's do it yourself. So I'm having a few issues with mechanical uh, speed bumps. Excuse me. Oh, goodness gracious. It will work fine for a period of time, and then it kind of starts malfunctioning a little bit. The rotation, the 360-degree motor that turns the shaft, and that is giving me a few issues right now. But otherwise, I'm happy, and it works. So, good, good, good. The one in the Navy is a nuke, and the Marines are motor T, and NOM and others are all infantry. So here on the East Coast, by any chance, as a nuke, or up in Washington? You teach adults not to steal things. I love it. Yeah. You already mentioned that as you're shaking your head like, no, I can't believe that lady just tried to steal. Yeah, in Norfolk. Awesome. How cool. Marines are motor T. Well, did I tell you? Um, yeah, I had a great experience in Iraq, even though I wouldn't want to do it again. But when I remember everything that I was exposed to, the different, I call it the different cog wheels in the motor, in the clock, how the wheels turn in a clock. Well, I got to see that in Iraq. I got to see how the food, the cooks, the whole that whole operation of food, and how food was, the logistics getting it to Iraq. Um, and then once we got the food, how it was, how it got to our stomach, through the cooks, through the MREs, through the. I got to see a lot of things, a lot of operations going on, and Motor T was one of them. I got to see how Motor T, was part of the cogwheels of keeping the, the war effort going. I got to see how air support, worked, and how they got. I was told, and saw, the air support part of it, the tanks, the heavy, artillery units, and the ground, the infantry. And, I got to get involved in that directly. Um, even even hygiene, that was actually part of our job. How do you keep 175,000 Marines healthy? You have to tell them to be sure and wash their hands after they use the bathroom. I'm telling you, even things we do here at the house, we had to emphasize that to those guys. You know, don't be getting into a bad habit of doing this or doing that, or forgetting this or forgetting that. Because as you know, bacteria is a bad thing to a Marine or any military member, and it will send you home. And now you're one short on the team. So yeah, we had a Motor T driver as our ambulance, or our Humvee converted into an ambulance. The whole 7 months, we had the same guy. His name was Brumfield, as a matter of fact, and he was a Marine. And I just never seen that. It's like, oh, I thought a Navy guy would be driving the Humvee. No, no, no. They had the Motor T guy. Now, when he was not working and he had downtime, he would go back to the Motor T group of guys and hang out with them. But when his main job, his assigned job during that time, was to be with us and just to make sure the ambulance stayed running, and he drove the ambulance for us. So that was cool to have him. I actually have a story. I'll have to tell it about Corporal Brumfield. Yep, his rank was corporal, or lance corporal, whatever. Oh, there's Cruz. I know it's a cliche, but it feels manly to fix things, right? Well, yeah, if it's fun to do. Speaking of, I'm right now in the middle of replacing a simple 100 amp fuse under the hood of my wife's car. Simple job, right? Take the fuse out, replace it. Oh my gosh, I've never experienced this before. I didn't know there was such a fuse that was bolted into the fuse box. And you have to remove the bolt to pull the fuse out. Well, I don't know anything about this, how to disassemble this plastic fuse box that's deep and has all the wires going up to it and all the harness, going into it. How to get to that one small little screw so I can loosen it and pull the fuse out. Oh my gosh. So I've got it disassembled right now, and I am not having fun with that at all. I'm almost ready to take it to the shop and have somebody else deal with it, because it's 90 degrees out there and I don't want to touch it during the day. And I tried to do it this evening before it got dark, and I got so frustrated I was yelling at my wife and kicking the dog, and not really, but you know what I mean. And I closed the hood and said, forget it. I'm going to do it. I'll do more tomorrow. It's ridiculous. So is it manly to fix that? Negative. It sucks. Oh my gosh. What the heck? I know the Lexus dealer. They probably know how to clip everything apart and pull it apart, and get everything done real fast. Well, I don't. And YouTube is not helping me. Oh my gosh. It's just one little fuse. It's this big. It's a square, box, and it's long with the electrodes coming out the bottom, the contacts coming out the bottom, the copper contacts. And in those contacts are holes, and there's a bolt that goes through the hole, and then there's a nut on the end of it. Oh my gosh, and it's weighed in deep underneath. Oh my gosh. So anyways, oh, let me tell you this. Oh wait, ever seen a a warthog in action? I did not get to see that over there. Of course, I've heard and watched plenty of videos, but I did not get to see that. I can tell I did get to see a F-15 Hornet come screaming ground level over us, and then him popping his flares um, after he made his pass and went vertical above us, and we didn't see him coming. All we could do was hear the rumble, and then next thing you know, this incredible roar came over us, and it put us on our faces. It was like a mortar hitting. Your body automatically goes to the ground, and that happened to us, and I didn't know what happened at first. And then I raised my head up, and I saw the F-15 raise up and just elevate and go vertical, and then those flares popping off his wings. And I thought, holy crap. But like, comment, etc. In the live stream community, the Filipino live stream community, they're trying to grow their YouTube channel. And so when you come into a live stream, they will give you a moderator. And because if you don't have a moderator, if you're not a moderator, you cannot post your YouTube channel link and for people so they can click on it. It doesn't show up as a clickable link unless you're a moderator. So the main reason for them being in your live stream is to get subscribers. And here's how you do it. You go into a live stream, they make you a moderator, you copy your YouTube channel link, you post it in the chat room, and then example, James would click on the link, he will go to your channel, he'll give you a subscribe, he'll give you a thumbs up, he'll give you a comment, and he'll watch your video. Now, if you're watching a 10-minute video, that would take 10 minutes of sitting there waiting for the video to finish. Well, the idea is make a short video, like 30 seconds, for that very purpose, so you can post that, and when somebody goes and watches it, it only takes 30 seconds to watch. They can comment, they can click the thumbs up, they can hit the bell icon, and they can subscribe. And that becomes like the routine. That's what you do. You go into a live stream, you post your link, you click on somebody else's link, they click on your link, and everybody's doing that. Everybody's clicking on each other's link. When you get finished watching a video and giving the thumbs up, they call it a full package. When you finish giving them a full package, you go back to the live stream and you do it again. Post your link, click on somebody else's link, and you just keep going. And everybody's doing this, So your subscribers start to grow pretty quick. The very first day you could get 100 subscribers, in a couple hours spending in somebody's live stream. So that's the main purpose for most of the Filipino live streamers, is to grow people that have only a few subscribers. And that's why they live stream, is to help others. Well, there's multiple reasons. To help others grow their channel and to get monetized. What do you need to be monetized? You need 1,000 subscribers minimum, and you need 3,000 hours of people watching your videos. 3,000 hours. That is the hard part. They call them watch hours. Watch hours is more difficult than getting subscribers, because most of those people clicking on your link, they're only watching 30 seconds of your video. You see? So it takes a long time to get 3,000 watch hours. So how can you get watch hours quicker? You live stream. Because, for example, Cruz is in my live stream, Compton is in my live stream, TK is in my live stream. I don't know if she still is. And others, they might still be there. We call it backstage. They're here, but they're not participating. As long as you guys are in my live stream, you are spending multiple minutes, sometimes hours, in my live stream with me. So it's like watching a video. You've been watching this live stream for over an hour. That's like watching a 1 hour movie. You see? So you can get watch hours a lot quicker doing live streams. So that's why they do live streams also. They learn how to do live streams. Some people have music and they do karaoke, and some play games, and some give money. They offer, like incentives to stay in their live stream. So they accumulate watch hours. Get it? So, and then eventually, once you get 3,000 watch hours and 1,000 subscribers, YouTube allows you to get monetized. That you start getting paid for the commercials that you have on your videos, which is very little, by the way. It's only pennies. And you get the super chat icon next to your chat box. That is the ability for people to donate to you directly. And that is attractive, especially to the Philippines, because they're a poor third world country. And people are leaving their country only because they can't find work. I mentioned earlier, they're called OFWs, overseas foreign workers. So they go to Hong Kong, they go to Kuwait, they go to UAE, they go to Saudi Arabia, they go to Australia, and they find work, and they get paid a lot more money overseas than in their own country. And then they send their money back home. It's all over the world. I learned, even in Iraq, I worked with two guys, one from Albania, one from Yugoslavia, and two Iraqi interpreters. They couldn't make anywhere near that money. They had American contractors paying them. And even though it wasn't a lot of money compared to what people make in the US, it was a lot of money to them. Four to 5 times more than what they could make in their own country. So a little bit about how I got introduced to live streaming and why I started doing this. Make sense? Jennifer, you're back. Jennifer, tell me about you. I don't think forgive me if you've been here before, but I don't remember. And Girl in the Mirror, now she's a regular. She's over in the Philippines. She's in the Manila region area. Yeah, I know. See, Cruz, you've been here 3 hours. That's like watching a full length 1.5 movies with me. Yep. Um, who are you? Where are you from? I'm always wondering, all the different countries. I've had Russia, Germany so far, Philippines, America, um, Mexico, Mexico City. Cruz is from Mexico City. Um, oh, you're a USA girl. Well, guess what my first name is? Speaking of Indiana, there's a clue for you, Jennifer. What's my name? I'm singing it in my head right now. I'm waiting. You should get this. What do you mean you don't know? Da 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 da. Is that ring? I'm not a singer, but it's something Indiana. Okay, now I have to ask. No, not Jones. Um, well, I'm zooming in on your profile. Um, I'm not going to ask how old you are, but I thought, well, if you're just like a young teenager or something, then you wouldn't know that song. but I'm zooming in on your profile, so I'm going to say, yeah, that you look old enough to have heard this song before, especially being from, yeah. So you're way old enough. I'm sorry, to know the name. Uh, yeah, that was a little before my time. Before my time, 60s and 70s. I was a little bit young. I was in pre-teen, even in the 70s. So um, the later 70s and 80s was my teen years. Let's see. When I was 13, I was 75. Was when I turned 13, and then 75 to 19, which is 6 years, so 81. Yes, Sean Ryan's a good, successful. Um, that's actually the format, kind of like the role model of what I would like to do. It's exactly what I thought. Why can't it be, uh, you know, professional medical personnel? Telling stories, wild stories. I mean, people, anything to do with people can get really bizarre. And what? He did what? You found him where? And then to describe the details, of a particular call without mentioning names. You don't have to mention names. It's just the whole call. And I could create that really easily. All I need is a storyline. Somebody telling a story. And then you edit it afterwards. You do this all off air, just like Sean Ryan does. They record it, and you can do that either in studio, like in my living room right now. If I had a studio here, or you can do it online, like a what do you call it? Like a video call, between two people, and you just have them side by side. I have somebody next to me here on the stage, their camera over here or below me, and I interview them, and they just they go off and tell us a crazy story about what they experienced, and then I can edit it and add pictures and videos, and just like all the rest of the channels do, and turn it into a dramatic interview. And then you post it on YouTube, and it becomes, an episode. And I thought, that'd be easy. But I just haven't really put my effort into it, to find people. I've got people in my head already, that I could contact and ask them, hey, you want to do an interview? And whether they'd be willing or not, I don't know, but I don't see why not. And then just put one together and see how it comes out, and then go from there. And then eventually I hope to get somebody on board so they can help me, so I'm not just by myself. And they can start, running with things that I don't have to do. Start distributing the work. Yeah, I think it would be, I don't see why it wouldn't work. I know medicine, people love medicine. I mean, look at the TV, look at the popular reality shows, where these TV crews or camera crews are cruising around in ambulances with, different EMS systems throughout the US and the world. And they're running calls with police officers, or they're running calls with fire departments, or they're running calls with, well, this would be the same thing, except it would be, it's just like I'm telling stories now, but it would be somebody else telling the story. Yeah, I've got so many stories in my head, so many pictures in my head that I walked into people's homes. It's bizarre. My that career, we call it Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. It really was. It was the most crazy, jaw-dropping wow factor experience, that I had ever experienced before. And it's like it's all in my head. I want to put it in pictures and stories and tell people about them. And I'm not the only one. Anybody in this business has experienced the same thing I have. So think about what stories and pictures they got in their head. Yeah, everybody's into combat fighting and right. Have you seen any that interview paramedics? That's what I thought. Yeah. Right. Yeah, you only hear it from somebody else or right, or they actually, have a misconception of what we actually do. I can tell you right now, it's not all what you hear on the news or see in the media at all. Like most things the media gets a hold of. They glamorize as if that's what the whole job is all about, saving lives. Do you know how many times I actually saved a life, like made a difference whether or not they were going to live or die in my 20 years? That's always the big talk, in our business, is we talk about that so much, on how grandiose it is. How many times we actually saved a person's life if we wouldn't have been there compared to the majority of the calls that we run. It's the exception. It doesn't happen very often. Where they probably would have been okay. They definitely would have lived if we wouldn't have responded to them at all. 90% of the time, if not more. But those calls, even those calls, that we didn't literally save a life, you don't have to save a life to make an interesting call. Some stuff that I've experienced was just nothing as far as like actually utilizing my skills and what I learned in school, what I was taught. Some of it is it's just crazy human behavior that is just bizarre. Naked guys sweeping an old lady's porch because he was off his medications. What? Yes. A grown naked man out at 2:30 in the morning in 32-degree weather sweeping a lady's porch in the dark. He's butt naked, no clothes whatsoever. And this lady's like hearing something out on her in the backyard, and she goes out there and flips the light on. Wow! She goes in and calls 911. And the police respond, and next thing you know, they're calling us like, guys, we need your help. This guy's naked, and I think he has a medical issue. You think? Was that guy in a life-threatening situation? Obviously not. Well, maybe if he would have stayed out there a little longer in the cold. But I think he had something else going on. Calls like that. Wasn't that fun to hear? Puts laughter, makes you laugh. You don't see those kind of calls, on the news or in the newspaper. Craziness. Here, I tell you a call right now. See, this is good. This is awesome. This is so good. This is going to blow your mind. You're going to go, what? But it's real. See, that's what's so crazy about this profession. You want to hear human behavior? Like at its best? Stuff that I couldn't even have anticipated, never even have known went on. I'll tell you one that's just you're gonna go, what? And here it is. Here it is. Here it is. I'm in uh, Central California, 30 miles north of Bakersfield, in a small agricultural town called Delano, California. Large Hispanic and Filipino population. A lot of um, agricultural workers work in the fields and the vegetables and the almond orchards, orange orchards, grape vineyards, and so on. And uh, we get a call to a fire. Now, this isn't a typically, an EMS call, meaning, medical related, but every once in a while, a fire scene involves a person, and then it becomes a medical, and then we get called, and we respond. Well, this one involved somebody that was um let me read this real quick. uh I follow a Mexican YouTuber, which is a lawyer, but invites people that sell clothes, nurse, doctors, mathematicians, so on, to talk about random events like conspiracy. Huh? See there? Yeah, and I'm sure he gets various. They're all people. He probably gets all kinds of stories from them. Well, anyways, so we get a call to a fire scene. It was a residential fire, and typically they don't turn out to be much either. Somebody's had a kitchen fire, and they couldn't put it out, or something, something that's minor. Well, this was the case as well. It was apparently something burning in a stove, in the oven, down below the baking part. Well, we get there and firefighters are on scene. They've already been there and they've already extinguished the fire, and it turned out to be a a single residence, a man, and I think it was just him. It might have been him and his mom, but he was like an older guy, relatively older, like in his 40s. And let me turn that music down just a tad, just a tad. There we go. And apparently he had, of all places to keep newspapers, he decided to store. Now, this is just the beginning of this bizarreness, strange behavior, but he must have subscribed to the local newspaper. Logan, I'm going good, better than I deserve, every day. I just started a call. Kick back and listen to this. This is crazy. So we get a call to a residential fire, and it turned out to be a small kitchen fire. But it gets crazy from here, or bizarre, strange. Apparently, this guy was storing his local newspaper, that were folded up and delivered to his doorstep, in the oven, in the baking section. Now, he wasn't cooking them or anything, but apparently he had so many of these newspaper. He was a hoarder, and he couldn't throw things away, i.e., the local newspaper. So he started stacking his oven full of these newspapers, and it was so full that we figured the pilot light down below ignited some paper product and caused a fire. Now, the fire didn't really rage, it just smoldered and smoked a lot, and that's what prompted the call. And the firefighters get there and they extinguish it, and they had to pull out all the papers out of this oven. And obviously, here's the source of your fire. You need to stop doing that. Well, as we're coming in onto the scene, the occupant is out on the doorstep, and somebody had already put an oxygen mask over his face, and they had some oxygen. I think the firefighters had some oxygen for him. So they had the O2 bottle on the ground and the tubing and, up to this mask, and he's breathing it, and he looks pretty flushed in the face and a little bit sweaty, and there's actually smoke still kind of coming off his clothes. Apparently he was sleeping in there or something, and the whole house filled with smoke. So he's okay, and we've got him off away from out on the curb. And then it's like while somebody's attending him out on the curb, we decide to walk in the house, and check out the scene. It's always, we're always curious as to what we're gonna find. And Logan, hey brother, did I already say? Was it you that came in? Yeah, I think I already said. Yeah, kick back and listen to the story. Sorry, my eyes occasionally raise up and I see somebody new. So we walk into his house, and that's where we saw and were told by the firefighters the papers in the oven was the source of the fire. And then we're like, okay, so, and then a firefighter's like he's motioning, he's like, guys, check this out. And as we walk out of the kitchen and into the living space, the wall to the left is like, has something stacked, like rows and rows, 4 feet, 5 feet high. And it turned out to be DVDs, movies. And they're like stacked. Well, they weren't just regular movies. They were porn movies. But I mean, granted, the movie's, a porn movie, but I mean, he had hundreds, 5 feet high. He collected them, and they were in perfect rows up against the wall, and they were like covered the whole section of wall, and it was just like a giant shelf of movies. Well, it doesn't stop there. And then we walk into his living room, and the firefighter's like, there's more. Check it out. And we walk into the living room now, and there's something else stacked up against the wall. And it's like thick and high. And now we're starting to kind of like, whoa, that looks like medical, stuff, because we could see the blue, the blue plastic and the white, the different like things that we recognize as medical products. And I'm looking at it going, what the heck is this? And as we're looking further, it's like, oh my gosh. Everybody like looking at each other, and we're thought, and everyone's like shaking their head like, yeah, I see it. And the firefighters already know. And I'm like, oh my gosh, where did he get this stuff? And the firefighter's like pointing out the back in the backyard, and he says, I think he got it from a trash can, the dumpster behind that medical building. And I'm like, no. He's like, well, what they were, and this is going to be, I'm looking in the room like, well, I can talk about it. It's female. What's the proper word? Female hygiene products, like maxi pads and etc. But they weren't new. They were used. And it was unbelievable. His living room was stacked. It must have taken, I don't know, God knows how long it took him to collect that much. But what it was, there was an OBGYN medical building not far down from his house, and there were dumpsters in the back. And he went dumpster diving and collected that and brought it into his house. And I was like, oh my gosh. It was unreal. And there was more, but that's about where we stopped and said, okay, that's enough. Thought, what the? Somebody's neighbor, you know? Like it could be your neighbor. I always say that. It was somebody's neighbor, so it could very well be your neighbor. And believe me, humans can think and do more than you can imagine. DJ, I'm talking about a prior call that I ran on in the pre-hospital emergency medical field. I was talking about a hoarder. We went on a fire at a residential home, and it turned out to be no big deal as far as a fire goes. It was a smoldering fire in the oven. And then what came after that is what makes the story, because of what we found and what we discovered just through curiosity. You know, the patient was fine. He was out on the curb with an oxygen mask. He had some minor smoke inhalation. And turns out he had a psychiatric background and he had a hoarding, problem. Well, what he hoarded, besides hoarding the newspapers in the oven, which caused the fire, he hoarded porn videos that covered his one wall in the hallway. And we're talking 5 feet high, 2 videos thick, covering the wall for like 10 feet wide. And it was just massive, a massive collection of these videos. And then in the living room, he apparently would dumpster dive at the OBGYN doctors' dumpsters and collect used maxi pads. Used. Hey, Josh. No problem, brother. I was curious as to where you went, but no biggie. Thanks for returning. And it was, it's not only gross, but it was just bizarre. Why not collect new ones instead of used ones, for God's sakes? Oh, it's beyond rough, Jimmy. It was, first time ever seen. I'll probably hope I never see something like that again. But it was just like, are you kidding me? It was crazy. So obviously, people have issues. And I say, that could very well be your next door neighbor. You never know. Oh my gosh. Who stores newspapers in an oven, right? Yeah, that guy. And not to mention, what else? Oh, by the way, let me tell you about what else we found he collected. Yeah, I told a story about a naked guy sweeping the neighbor's porch. I don't know if it was his neighbor, just some unknown elderly woman's porch at 2:30 in the morning in freezing weather, 30-degree weather, 32-degree weather, butt naked. Bless his heart. At least he was trying to sweep the lady's porch. And she scared her to death, and she calls 911, and the police go out there, and this guy was steaming. I can remember visually seeing it. His body heat was just steaming coming off of him, and they already had him covered up with something. It's like, what in the world? Dude, what kind of medical background you got? What kind of medications do you take? Come to find out, he's been non-compliant with the medicines he's supposed to be taking. Hence the reason why he's out on the neighbor's porch, sweeping her porch floor at 2:30 in the morning, butt naked. There's more. Oh, dear Lord. Uh, uh, what else? What other craziness? Um, oh, there's so many, so many. Good stuff. We've had people, family members. Here's an example of, things you just don't see. Um, just the way people respond to, crises, and it's not their fault. It's just what how people respond, when their loved ones are sick or injured. And uh we've had people screaming at us, telling us to effing do our jobs, while we're, beginning the process of trying to bring their family member back to life. And they're screaming, you effing idiots, do your job. And having to have police, um, intervene and get them out of there so we could do our job. And or drunk family members coming at us, and um, yeah, just you name it. Give me a give give me a or ask me a question. I probably can tell you a call related to it. Oh, here's a fun one. Um, you know, Good point, Jimmy. I was talking about that earlier. That another live stream. It might have been my last one. I was talking about my deployment to Iraq and the mindset that I was going through, as opposed to what some of my fellow, um, uh, we call them shipmates, were thinking about me, um, where they couldn't be, further from what I was, thinking. And that is that, the medical, being in medicine, I'm stuttering, being in medicine forces you to take on a ability to speak about something as if it's like my daily routine. It is my daily routine, and it is part of your daily routine. And you start, I guess people call it jaded, or the ability to talk about something that is typically gross to somebody. And here we are eating our Subway sandwiches and drinking our 32 ounces after running, the most sickening, you know, call that would make somebody, vomit, that isn't in the field. And it's because you have a fascination for, I guess, for the human, the whole human animal. I don't want to call it animal, the whole human being. And seeing, going through your training and seeing pictures, and then actually seeing it in real life over a period of time, it's not gross anymore. It's almost, to me, it was like an anatomy lesson at time. Like, oh my gosh, I only saw this in books. Check this out. And I'm looking at the inside of somebody's leg, or the inside of their cavity, after they were ripped apart by a semi truck after jumping off a bridge. And you see the whole inside of their rib cage. It's like you're looking at a rack of beef. But it's but you're not associating yourself with that as, what they were thinking moments ago, or who they were as a person. Now it's just like an anatomy less, a book picture come to life, and there it is. And sometimes you get really intrigued by it. It's like, that's radical. Oh, I see now. Oh, I can see it's like you've read it, now you're actually seeing it in real person, in real life. Seeing the inside of somebody's head. It looks like a glistening, honest to God. It looked like, I remember seeing, have you ever seen an abalone? How it kind of has that pearl, almost a purplish, rainbow effect to an abalone shell. Look at the inside of a human skull. Isn't that gross? I mean, but it wasn't. I remember I saw a kid blew his head in half with, speaking of Trump, thank God it didn't happen to him. But I saw a kid that was successful with a high powered hunting rifle he put in his mouth, blew the whole left side of his head off. And he was in the back of an ambulance, with his brain on the floor. But I remember seeing it and I was like, that's an abalone shell. That's an abalone shell. Now, I can't say that, doesn't affect you kind of on a physical level afterwards, but we take on a completely different way of handling situations, and thank God for that, because I told people, if I got personally involved in you, if I knew you and I grew up with you and I knew your family and I knew your kids and I know everything about you. Okay, mic check, 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 check. Thank you, Josh. Sorry. Yep. How long was I speaking? Way too long, I'm sure. Um, yeah, I forget. Uh, Josh knows if I let this Xbox controller go too long, it'll go to sleep, and that's what I did. Okay, I got Mike now. Got it. Ready to go. Sorry about that. Um, so where did I lead up? I don't need to elaborate really anymore, I don't think, but um, yeah, it's just a different mindset, and I can, ramble on about the stuff and, yeah, not think anything other than that, where somebody like yourself, listening to me realizes, "Whoa," you know, he's talking about it like it's everyday occurrence. Well, not every day, but I've had enough exposure to it where, I get off on it. It's like a rush. Here, you know what? Um, oh, was it 2 minutes, Jimmy? Thank God. It wasn't any. That's long enough. Um, when I first got to Iraq, my commanding officer, turns out he's a neurosurgeon. He's a brain doc, and he actually volunteered for Iraq. He left his job in Bossier City, Louisiana, to come play with the Marines as their commanding officer. And he was only 3 years older than I was. I was 42, he was 45. And I thought, gee, where did I go wrong in my career? Here I am, a second class petty officer actually a paramedic in the civilian world, and as well a corpsman in the Navy. And he's a neurosurgeon, 3 years older than me. Well, anyways, when we first got there, and he was given our first brief, like first morning, and everyone, he's kind of given the plan for the day. And then afterwards, it's like a football huddle breaking. It's like, all right, guys, let's get to work. And he, instead of saying get to work, he's like, all right, guys, let's get some. And he rubs his hands together. And I think I said something like, hoorah, or something. And everyone's kind of looking at me like, did he just do what he just, the commanding officer, what I think he just did? Now you think about it, for him to say, let's get some, meaning we got to have somebody sick or injured in order to get some. And everyone's like, whoa, did you see what the commanding officer did? But I was right with him. I was like, yeah, let's do it. I'm ready. But that's an example of, the different mindset. That's the morbid part of being in the medical field is if you're not sick or injured, what are we doing? What am I doing for 7 months if I don't have anybody to take care of? Nothing. You're twiddling your thumbs. You're whittling wood. You're smoking cigarettes when you don't smoke. You're 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 going into the head, into the porta john, uh, uh, releasing your magazine out of your 9 millimeter and popping all the rounds into your hat, and then putting them back into your magazine, just to go do something. And you're not even taking a dump. You're just going in there to hide, to get out of sight of anybody, so you can sit there and just occupy time. And you're pushing out all the rounds out of your magazine. How do I know that? Because I did it plenty of times. And then putting them all and getting blisters on your thumbs, from loading them back into your magazine. Or you're disassembling your weapon, or you're cleaning it, or you're watching DVDs, or you're just kicking back, or you're sleeping, or you're trying to work out, or whatever. It's like, so what do we do? I owned a friend, owned a funeral home, same business. Yeah. Yeah, it's true. People are job security. Thank God. If you guys want to, I don't know how old you all are, but if you want a profession to get into any kind of people business, anything to do with people, whether it's in the mortuary, medicine, cutting hair, beautician, barber, anything to do with people. There's always going to be people. And yeah, it's job security. But fortunately and unfortunately, since people are our business, if you're not sick or injured, again, what do we do? Oh, you give continuing education classes. That's always kind of a go-to. And it's like, hey guys, let's have a class. And somebody stands up and you call everybody together and somebody gives a class on hypothermia or whatever. Pick one. That's always kind of that occupies your interest, keeps you focused. Um, Starting IVs on each other. Let's do that. I swear. Uh, I built a rock climbing wall. It's still, well, the website I think is no longer, it's corrupted. But no, I think you can still access it. It's called rockclimbing.com. And delivery work never ends. Um, let's see, we went in there as small strike force teams. Let me back up a bit. Jeff, scrolling back a bit. Okay, got my sound check. I'm scrolling forward. Josh, what's your MO? Doc, do you think Iraq was necessary? Jeff, we were asked that while we were over in Iraq, and I'm going to give you the same answer I told other people over there, and that was, and this isn't being, uh, um, what's the word? Is I really don't know, and I really don't care. Um, it was, as my job was taking care of people or treating people, and that's all it was. And I wish I had more to do when I was over there. So as far as like the peripheral, reason why I was there, I signed up for it. I put my name on the dotted line, as most of us did. And so whether or not it's necessary is not, it doesn't matter. Um, it's going to happen, and it's always going to happen, whether it was necessary or not. And that's why we have a United States military. Is to respond where they need us, whether it was legit or not. And maybe being in the medical field, I can say that a little bit easier. But yeah, the whole emphasis of going places for the military, and I've said it before, is to make sure you're squared away and you're ready to do your job, which they do a really good job preparing you for. And number two, that you get home. And that's, yeah, that's it. No matter whether we were supposed to be there or not. You go there, you do your job, and they get you home. That's the whole emphasis of the military. Get the job done and to get you home. Whether it's peacetime or wartime, you go there, you do what you're trained to do, and then you get home. Voila. Mission accomplished. But yeah, on a personal level, I don't know. Why I know what I heard, and all I know is what the media fed us, and all I heard was CNN while I was over there, and that was maybe on two occasions where I actually got to see a television. Maybe it was once when I got to see CNN on the big screen when I was in Al Assad, and that was it. And all the guys were telling, it was like everyone was doing the same thing. They were shaking their head and wanting the people to just shut the TVs off because what they were hearing wasn't what was going on over there, or at least wasn't going on where we were. Cruz says, remember what I told you about the military helping us do patrols? There was always this beautiful short girl, always smiling, going ahead, 3 or 4 men. And I remember she was always with the biggest what? I think you were continuing with the biggest gun between all the other men. Oh, really? Like the guy's carrying handgun, this lovely girl with a machine gun or something. Always happy, smiling, and me thinking, wow, the mindset of this girl. Um, what were you saying, Jeff, about the Afghanistan was a different story? Oh, I see. I'm reading your comments here. Let me go back. Um, we went in there as small strike force teams. Um, but it was always in and out. I think that's what you meant. And then you said See, Yank medics were always uh, business, but your ground troops, we always felt like they were gamer boys. Everything was a game to them. Oh, you felt like Afghanistan was a nightmare. What, Jeff, did you? Oh, I like your, by the way, your profile picture. I couldn't figure out what that was, and I zoomed in on it, and I went, oh, well, that's nice, if I may say so myself. What did you do, Jeff? Now, see, Jeff, you were the other military veteran. Josh is the one, and I was always struggling to figure out where's the other guy that was in the military. Oh, okay, okay. Gotcha, gotcha. That's why. Oh, the profile picture. That's your. Oh my God. Oh, she appreciates that, I'm sure. Well, I do, if I may say so myself. Gotcha. Is that the way you felt over in Afghanistan? It just wasn't, um, as far as being a nightmare. It was just, yeah, explain that. What do you mean? Kind of overwhelming, or organization, or communication? Your ability to do things was limited, or yeah, SAS, British Special Forces. Um, yeah, I'm curious. I was thinking you were United States, but I forgot. Um, oh, I see. I see. Yeah, I don't know. Good, you can speculate. Um, yeah, you might be right. But if you, I think that might even help, others by saying if we, yeah, if we focus on, the too political part, if we're focusing on that, it's easy to get, it's easy to come back and then start pointing fingers and start realizing that we shouldn't have been there, or this is all for nothing, or our troops are dying for nothing, and it's like, well, come on, what war is it okay for our troops to die and it for to be for something? How about that? See what I mean? That isn't the here. I'm gonna get on the subject, and because it's the truth, I think I'm going down the right path here. So so it would be better if your brothers died for a better cause? Is that really worth dying for? It's better for you in your eyes, but what about them? They're dead. So what good was it for them? Here, this is perfect. How do they know that they died for a good cause? Here, I'm going somewhere with this question, and it's perfect. I'm telling you, this is. I hope this helps. I'm gonna clarify what I'm saying. How how does anybody know? I've said this to my son. Gosh, I'm so glad I got somebody else to talk to about this. Listen, here we go. This is perfect. I hope I can keep my train of thought. Okay. If I promised you something, Jeff, this is an example. Follow me. Follow me with this. I've had this conversation with my elder son years ago, and his response is right along these lines. Yeah, no problem, Jeff. But it's good because you're bringing up something that I've talked about, and I always want to talk about it with other people. Is if I promised you something, like I promised to give you something, and then I didn't follow through with my promise. You could come to me and say, that was just false hope that you gave me, right? Because you got to find out whether or not I was going to follow through with my promise, right? I gave you false hope. The only way somebody finds out whether or not what is promised them is if they are alive to find out. Okay? So if I were to promise you something and you ended up getting killed, right? And that's all there is. You end up going to your grave and becoming worm food. You're never going to know whether or not um, what I promised came true or not. For instance, like yeah, you would have to have lived in order to find out whether or not I was going to follow through with my promise. So, but if you do live after you die, you're going to find out whether or not that promise comes true or not. Okay, follow me with this. Now that's kind of like supernatural. It's like, wait a minute, you believe in, reincarnation and it's like, no, but I'm just thinking logically, the only way you're going to find out whether or not that promise comes true is if you do live after you die. Right? So if somebody if we go to war and it was for a quote good cause unquote, for a legitimate good cause, and you end up dying in that war, right? How do you know anymore? You're dead. The only people that are going to be able to say, oh, he died, he died for a good cause, he died defending his country, are the people that are still alive. So what good was that cause for the dead person? The only way it would be good for him is if he's alive, he actually lives again, or he defeats death after he dies. And then he's able to hear the feedback from you and others saying, oh, he died for a good cause, or you actually saw, the result of the war and realized, oh, we won, our nation was saved, right? The only people that are now celebrating are the ones that are still living. The one that died, what good cause was it for him? He's dead. So back to reality now. So now if there is a chance, if there's a remote chance that I could live again after I take my last breath on this earth, right? Would I want to know whether or not what somebody promised me came to fruition or not? Of course I would, right? Well, there is that promise on this earth in this day. And most people aren't going to accept it. Most people aren't. They just don't want to believe in something like that. But our Creator says he gives us a promise that we can have that opportunity to live again. You can find out whether or not what is promised is going to come true. And the sad part of that story, that promise, is you are going to find out, according to his word, not my word. According to his word, we are going to find out whether or not that promise was true or not. But not everybody is going to enjoy the fruits of that promise. Some are going to find out, oh my gosh, he was telling the truth after all. And it's too late at that point. There's no second chance. So the focus to why the reason I'm saying this is because of your comment, and that isn't what you need to focus on, whether or not you're going to war for a good cause or not. You are a military member. I am or was a military member. That's what we signed up for. That isn't the focus, ultimately. The ultimate focus is, like I said, you either are prepared to do your job, which you will be when they're done with you, the military, and hopefully you get home. But what if you don't get home? What's the priority? What's the priority become if you don't come home? God forbid your priority is not to believe in the promise that your Creator gives you in order to do the promises to be able to do this again one day. You see, that's what you need to take care of. That's what we need to take care of before we go out in the field. I'm saying this as a medical personnel, after the fact, but it's part of my job. I've got a cure for something. I've got a fix for our brokenness. And it's not my fix. It's your Creator's fix. He's the one that promises it. And now it's my job to tell you about it. I've got the cure to your illness. Do you want it? And he said, all God says is, believe in me, and I'll give you that promise, 100%, for sure. The only way you're going to find out whether or not that promise is true or not is to live again after you die. And everybody is going to bow their knee one day. But not everybody is going to believe. And God forbid you don't. That's it. That's the answer to your, did I feel that Iraq was necessary or Afghanistan was necessary? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's like, you got to do your job and you got to get home. That's what matters. That's what's necessary. And I added one more, and that was, you got to believe. And I did. I shared that with as many guys I could when I was over there. Not everybody listened, but, you know, why not? It's a a win-win proposition. You get to live now and you get to live again forever, as opposed to you get to live now and live again forever without him in a place that nobody wants to be found in, stuck in for an eternity. Yeah, how bizarre. But anyways, that's my 2 cents. Um, I'm going to scroll back here. Yeah, awesome. Aw, that your dad said that? I'm reading. So glad I found your channel. You make my mornings, evenings amazing. My father taught me your word is, yeah, Bond, people like you make it worth the sacrifice. You know what, Jeff? Um, on that note, if you want a good study, an incredible study, it's all related to the Word of God, is dissect and define the Medal of Honor. Look into every aspect of the Medal of Honor. Look at the symbols on the medal and research where they all came from. And you're going to find a definition of the Medal of Honor that you never knew existed. And people, I hear these and I see these videos of the Medal of Honor, and I hear the Medal of Honor recipients. Most of them are not getting it. They don't get it. Even though it sounds good to the ear, they really don't get it. They don't understand what that Medal of Honor represents. And if you want a good study, look into that. I mean, dive into it and dissect and define it, and you're going to see something that you probably never knew. And I didn't know until I did it, and it's like unbelievable. It's so profound, and it means even more. Yes, sorry. I'm always assuming that you're United States. But yeah, if you want to sorry about that. If you want to just do a good study, look up the United States Medal of Honor, and it will. I did it, and it's incredible. I mean, it's straight from here. The whole thing, and it fits the whole emblem of the United States flag. Look at the staff. Look at the banner, not the flag. They call it a banner, and look up. It's like I did that. I studied the staff and where that originated from, and the banner and all of it. And it's all scripture. It's all the Word of God. It's the truth. The United States was founded like the Constitution says. It was founded on the Word of God. I mean, they did their homework. The founders, those that came from the British, they they did their homework. They were godly men. They knew what they were talking about. God was leading them the whole way. They knew what they were doing. And it wasn't their thinking. It definitely wasn't their thinking. to establish the United States. And that's not bragging. That's just like unbelievable. It's like wow factor. You're like, oh my God. Like literally, oh my God, what have you done? What, what really did you create and why? And yeah, it's profound. It's good stuff, really good stuff. Yeah, it's good. Maria, I'm sorry. Oh, Maria, I didn't see you up there. Maria. Uh-oh, that's my battery. You guys know the drill here. Let me get the battery replaced here real quick. Hold on. Oh, okay, I'm still here. I'm just grabbing the new battery and putting it in. Oh, I found out that the battery lasts about an hour and 55 minutes, an hour and 52, an hour and 55, something like that. Okay, I'm I'm back. All right, am I focused? Kind of, sort of. In that something. I've been. You guys have been opening the door for me to just share stuff that I've been thinking for so long, and I struggle sharing it, even in my own home. Just circumstances, don't present it so I can, sit down and talk about it with my wife or my son or whatever. I do in a kind of in a small way, but not in depth, like I'm doing it here. And it's so therapeutic to be able to just, it's like, oh my gosh, there it is, somebody just shared exactly what I've been wanting to talk about for a long time, how it all fits together. And I hope I might have lost you, in trying to weave that all together, but I'm realizing why why the word of God says what it says. When it says, forget about the past, leaving, what's in the past behind and focusing on the mark. I'm paraphrasing that verse, but it all fits. That's what that's referring to. It's like, don't worry about why you went to war. Focus on the truth, and it will get you out of depressions. It'll get you out of what you went through. I'm telling you, I've been involved in a program for 17 years. Reform is Unanimous International, and it's a Christ-centered program. And that's what the program's all about, is to it's to help people that are struggling in whatever they're struggling with. You name it. It's called sin. They're struggling with sin, and sin. I'm still here. I'm still here. I got to recheck, make sure everything's good to go. Test, test, test. Okay, I got good mic. And the music's a little loud. Let me turn that down a bit. Hold on a second. My screen went blank, so forgive me. I had to quickly come back. Okay. Okay. I think I'm good to go. I hope. Okay, there we go. Let me read your comment. Okay, time to go to work for me. Jeff, awesome, brother. In the UK, we call it Combat Medics Wrap. So with all that, I'll catch you later. Made my day, man. Thanks for insight. God bless. You're welcome, Jeff. Praise God for, yeah, his word. I wouldn't know this unless I was, moved and know a little bit about it. So same here. I've been told the wife pieces of it, but can never tell all. Nobody knows what I've been. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Awesome. No, not the legend. Just Doc. Yeah. Yeah. Good to go. Are you guys still here? Did it did it kick you guys out, or um are you guys still here? I know there's a few of you. Looks like two sets of eyeballs. Just comment something so I know whether or not um, it kicked you guys all out, or did it maintain your presence? And I'm sorry if, bro, I can't be crying over here before work. I think I was coming home. I accept reality of what I have signed up for. God had other plans for me. Yeah, I'm so glad I found your channel. See, Jeff. It was Jeff. Hey, Zaire. Um, I'm asking if Josh and Jeff, if they're still here. I just got kicked off the channel. My screen went blank, and then I came back, but it happened once before earlier, and I found out that everyone got kicked off. And in order to get them back, I had to end the stream and start a new stream. And that's why this stream is called Round 2, is because the first time everyone kind of got disconnected. But now I see, oh, you're here. Okay, Josh, good to go. Thanks. Okay. So it wasn't one of those cases. Thank God. I mean, the first time, Josh, I mean, everybody lost their internet. I had a guy in Mexico City say his internet went completely black. Well, the same thing happened to me. But it wasn't the internet. At least I thought it was. But then I realized, okay, wait, my TV's still on. And I clicked on the browser and the browser came back. So, and then I checked my I don't know if you can see it, my security panel, and it works on internet. And I checked it, and the internet symbol's still good. And I asked my son, "Did you lose internet?" He goes, "No." So I go, "Okay, it wasn't the internet. So it was just the TV or the Xbox." And I mean, it completely kicked me off the browser, and it went back to the home page. So I had to click on, not Internet Explorer. What's my browser called again? I'm looking. What's it called? Microsoft Edge. And then I had to go back in and open up all my tabs were closed, so I had to type StreamYard back, and my stream was still active. And so when I came back in, everybody was gone and nobody was responding anymore, even though their comments were still there. And I couldn't get anybody to come back. and there was nobody. So I said, okay, I'm going to end it and then start again. And this is my second time. So, well, you know what, guys? It is so cool to. Oh, you're going to go to bed, Zaire? Thank you. I keep forgetting. Zaire, you're a young man, I think. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But thanks for recognizing my channel and coming in and saying hi. Yeah, thanks again for the comments, guys. What a blessing that is. I never knew that this was going to unfold in any fashion, one way or the other. And then I get your comments, and I'm like, whoa, really? That's cool. Really good. Really nice to know that two people can, three people can get some things off their chest and and benefit from it. That's awesome. Yeah, cool stuff. Well, I don't know when you were gone, Jeff. Josh and I couldn't think of who the missing person was that was also a veteran, and it was probably because we I couldn't remember that you were SAS, but I remember now. It was just we were racking our brains trying to think who was that was here, and there was another person here whose wife or girlfriend was in the United States Coast Guard, and I said, no, it wasn't him. I mean, this person was actually in the military. And then you came on. I was like, that's it. You're the one. You're the one. It's Jeff. See, it's another J. It was Josh and Jeff. Well, how super. Uh, the internet brings two people from different parts of the world together, even closer than just uh, being on the internet talking with each other, but the military. That's awesome. Hoorah. What does the SAS say? Do you guys have some little uh, grunt or something that you guys do? Like the Navy has, hoorah, and the Marines as well, and the United States Army has hooah, and then I don't know. Yeah, isn't it something? Even when we were over there in the, on the ground, man, giving hugs to each other, it was nothing. I mean, it meant everything to be able to hold and give somebody a hug. Heck yeah, man. It's hard enough being away from, family. Who else are we going to hug? Didn't that suck? We'll talk about that next time. Being away from family and things we thought of when we went to bed or closed our eyes. Oh my gosh. Tears, right? Yeah, speaking of tears, we'll talk about family next time. Yeah, that'll be a good one. Later, bro. Just no hugs when you're in the hot zone. Uh, uh, yeah. Yeah, it was a good experience. Overall, I'm glad I got home. Yep, 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 yep. Josh, you said you had to take off as well? Oh, no. Or wait, wait, wait. It was just Jeff. I thought you said you had to leave. Josh. No, you're good. I love it. I can't be crying over here before work. Well, I was about there, whether you saw it or not, but did I tell you, Josh? I got to reunite with, speaking of tears, that's what I thought of, is I got to reunite with my Iraqi interpreter, Ali. Uh, I stayed in touch with him when I got home, and we stayed in touch for about 5 years. Let's see, I got home 2005, and I was, oh, do you really? Wow, is even to this day, you still wake up? Well, you know what? We need to do more of this. We need to just, yes. So I mentioned him. Yeah, he's in Michigan. What's the big, if you know, Josh, you remember it even made the news. It was a big, it is a big Islamic community in Michigan. What is the name of that place again? It made the news, and there was uh, some friction going over there. What is the surge, Selina? Gosh, there's so much that I don't know. You guys use abbreviations and mnemonics that I haven't been exposed to, and I'm wondering, is surge another one of those? What was the surge? You talking about Trump or? Yes, to answer your question, Josh. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, I reunited with him, and speaking of hugs, oh my gosh, tears, everything. Didn't see it coming. I mean, I was excited, but I didn't know that tears and the hugs that we shared with each other. Oh my gosh, that was crazy, dude. Ah, it was awesome. He was wiping his tears and big smile on his face, and I was doing the same. I was like, "Oh my gosh, what are you doing in Michigan, dude? I was over at Fob Heat with you in the desert for 7 months, and now you're in the United States. What in the world? How did you get here? Unbelievable." Yeah, whatever that. Anyways, that community that I'm thinking of, the Islamic Iraqi community. Well, I say Iraqi community in Michigan. He lives near there, and it's similar to that name. If I could hear the name of that Islamic community, I would be the I would be able to tell you the name of the place that he's living in because it's right next to it. Since my great grandfather was in World War II, what? Carlos, Omar's district. Now you're making it harder. I don't know Omar's district. District. Um. Hey, Josh. Josh, I gotta recommend it. I already made mention of it. And where are you again? You're in uh oh my gosh, I ask you this every time. You're in Georgia, correct? Hold on, Salina. I might have recommended it or suggested it before. Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Okay, okay. So you're not actually. You remember the guy I said that that relieved me, the corpsman from the 2-5, I think, out of Ohio, and they ended up losing 45 people after we left. Well, that corpsman is in Wisconsin, and I forget where he's at, but him and his family are in Wisconsin. But anyways, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Yeah, I'm serious about this, Josh, and don't forget. But I'm gonna post this website, whether it's clickable or not. Um, just copy and paste it, and go to this website. I've been there recently, and I think it redirects you to another website because they've updated it or revamped it or whatever. So it does get you there. But reformu.com. Go to that website. And I mentioned earlier Reformers Unanimous International. I've been involved in for 17 years. Well, that's the website to Reformers Unanimous, i.e., Reformers Unanimous. And there's 800 plus chapters throughout the United States and the world. There's probably over 1,000 now. And there's probably a chapter near you. More than likely, there's something near you. I mean, more than likely closer than you think. And check it out. If you want some help with anything, even if you're not struggling with a stronghold, but I guarantee you are. You already mentioned it, whether it's PTSD, dreams, flashbacks, whatever. Okay. It's setting you back. Okay. It's called a stronghold. All right. And if you want help with it, I'm telling you, this program will help you. All right. It's a Christ-centered program and it'll change your life. Period. 100% guaranteed it will. If you stick with it and you work the program. All right? You don't have to be suffering from an addiction, as we think of an addiction, or alcoholism, drug addiction, or anything like that. It has to do with what is keeping somebody back, what's holding on to them and not allowing them to move forward. All right? Period. All right? It's for everybody. And I had the opportunity to be exposed to it. I shared it before coming to New Jersey after I got home from Iraq. And I got plugged into it 2 years after I got back in 2007. And that's why I talk what I talk today, because of that program. I'm telling you, everything on my table right now, all the books I've shared, the magazines, is all because of that program. It's related to that. It was because of that program that got me to share what I'm sharing today. And I'm telling you, it helps people. There's been, in my years of attending it and seeing new people come and go, I've seen everything from heroin addicts, alcoholics, porn addicts, people addicted to renting videos, a lady that suffered a son that just was killed, that killed himself with an overdose, and she wasn't, the one that had done something to herself. It was because of what she was suffering from. We'll call it PTSD from her son. She came to the program because of her son, losing her son, just looking for help to get her out of that, that depression. All walks of life come into this program, and it will address, it'll help you. I don't care what people say. It'll help you. And if there's a chapter near you, I'd like to hear back from you. You'll notice on the website it'll say search for a chapter near you, and you plug in your area code or whatever, and it'll show you on a map, the places around you. And I'd like to hear from you as to whether or not how close a chapter is near you. And it's just a matter of drive. I hope it's real close to you. You can just hop over there on a Friday night and pop in at 7 o'clock and get plugged in and start working it while you're dealing with, these issues that you told me about just now. Yeah, it's, and you may or may not find somebody like myself there, but you might find another veteran. I've met veterans that come to the program. I've met those that claim to be veterans at that program. I just got to throw that in there. Yeah. Like the medical field, human beings come in all walks of life. To be honest, when I was there overseas, it wasn't an issue for me, but combat. Well, yeah. Well, that's the reason, because it's combat. I didn't. It probably fortunate that I didn't get to experience too much combat, very little, and even a lesser dose of my own practicing medicine. I didn't get to do anything over there. Really, the only really acute, like actually intervening to try to help somebody was an Iraqi. I mentioned it, I think, before. An Iraqi bad guy that was brought into our fob, and he was beyond at least our help. He needed an operating room, and that probably wouldn't have saved him. But that was the most fun I had over there was at the very end. But otherwise, and it was the same with like direct combat. It was more of a peripheral experience with that. It was happening around me, or it was brought to me. And I wasn't directly involved. Somebody else was, and I was close, but I wasn't. I could hear it. But then I got to, um, assist. The only real um, direct experience that I had with combat, I guess you could say, is ordnance, and that was mortars, and that was horrendous, as you probably know. They were doing a pretty good job getting close to our fob, and it was a nightmare, to be that helpless, and you can't fight back, and you're just sitting there with, BFRs landing all around you. But at least they felt like they were landing all around you. And then you find out later that it was an eighth of a mile away, and you're like, "What? Eighth of a? No." Yeah. Did that term? You're welcome. Did that term, by any chance? Oh, you just looked it up while you were while I was talking. 26 minutes. Well, that's not bad. Just for in comparison, I do have one right here at my church. That's 3 miles away. I mean, that I can throw a rock almost. But the other one that I go to as well, only because I want to go somewhere else and they have better food, is 45 minutes away. And that's a good, 45 minutes to an hour, depending on traffic. But um, so yeah, 26 minutes, that's not bad. Yeah, it's probably located at a church, probably a Baptist church. Did you see? Because that was the original chapter that was opened in Rockford, Illinois. And yeah, it was a guy that was a member of a Baptist church. And so that was typically that's where the chapters are located at. Yeah, St. James Baptist Church. There you go. Yeah, check it out. You won't be alone. Doesn't matter what brought you there. Believe me. A lot of places kind of hold a stigma, about them, and you're wondering if you're in the right place. Well, that was the first thing I asked when I attended my first Friday night was, I was like, am I in the right place? Am I in the right place? And the guy's like, he just in a whisper as well said, well, are you comfortable, letting me know what brought you here? And I told him, and he's like, oh, you too. And I went, no, like you? He's like, yeah. He says, I bet you 90% of the guys in this room are dealing with that in one way or another. And I realized, oh my gosh, because I think I told you I thought it was, associated with Alcoholics Anonymous, and I thought I realized no, this isn't Alcoholics Anonymous. So what is it? Well, I found out it's for sinners. Do you know any? God. Oh, you too. I went, oh my gosh. Load came off my shoulder. Okay, great. I'm not the only one. Yeah, all walks of life in those programs. And it's a self, it's if you want help, it's up to you. To attend and to spend $5 on a book, a piece of curriculum, or $10 or whatever it is, instead of spending your $10 on what you might be spending your money on that you probably could be spending it on something else. If you do that, guarantee you'll learn something that'll just rock your world. Yep. And what a better place to spend your Friday night. Yeah. Instead of spending it where a lot of people spend their Friday nights. And I'm talking to myself, we won't go there. I know a lot of places I used to spend my Friday nights. Yeah, Starbucks coffee. Yeah. Good old Starbucks, 1 mile down the trail. I got a cool. Speaking of Starbucks, I gotta keep adjusting. It's like I'm dealing with my camera, and I need to leave it alone. Okay. Um. Yeah, I got a Starbucks one mile down the forest trail. It's actually quite a cool walk, just all underneath the pines and oaks for 1 mile, almost exactly from one stoplight to the other. But it's in the trees, and you get to walk in the forest for a mile. So 1 mile up, 1 mile back, and it's Starbucks at the end of the 1 mile. So I'll do that frequently, just to go do lunch up at the Starbucks. And Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Yeah, you were the one I was telling you about. Yeah, you were talking to me about the ferry from Michigan over to Oshkosh and all that. Yeah. Yep. Do you have to head out, or you're okay for right now? Selena, are you still there? Sorry, I was like kind of lost with your comments. I couldn't figure out the abbreviations you're using. Hoorah, Josh. Yeah, good to go. Isn't it nice to be able to just talk? Just just talk. I'll be transparent with you. Um as far as I know, Iraq, didn't change me. I don't think I'm suffering from any effects of that experience. But then again, I always wonder. It's like, well, maybe I am, and I don't know it. Maybe, that's the way I behave the way I do. Or I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know. I remember having kind of a angry uh in the medical field we call it affect, meaning, a way about you. I kind of had an angry I'm looking for the word, and affect really isn't what I wanted to say. Um, when I got back, and even when I went in to see the doc, they probably had you do the same thing. When you demobilized. Um, although you were telling me you were medically discharged, but I had to. All of us, had to go through, the demobilization process, and part of that was to go in and see the doc, and they sit you down and they go through a checklist. Do you feel the need to hurt yourself or anybody else, or da 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 da, and you're saying no, to all of the above. Um, at least I did, and I copped kind of an attitude with the officer. It was a female doc, and she's like trying to keep me in check, like, calm down. And I'm like, I am calmed down. She's like, no, you're kind of coming at me, and I was disagreeing with her, and we kind of went back and forth, and I thought, why is she saying that? I'm just trying to answer her questions, but I realized I was being kind of a jerk, and I had that attitude for a while. Um, I wanted to I wanted to empty a 9 millimeter into people's tires. I remember when I got back, when they do stupid stuff. I just thought I just wanted to stop them. And the best way I could think of was to shoot their tires out. And I thought, I'd never thought that before. But I remember thinking that, I'd be so harmless to do that, but boy, would that get their attention. But that kind of went away, obviously. And then we talked about, kind of that shell shock that I experienced when we first got home. That went away. And then I've always thought since then, I wonder if there's something still lingering that I don't know. And yet I don't want to go seek help, or go ask somebody or speak that way to a psychiatrist. I've actually seen a psychiatrist since I got home, for something else, but that was useless for me. And it was, I think I went one visit and then kind of laughed when I got back and thought, I ain't going to go back to that guy, or ain't going to ever do that again. Is that kind of the same? And because being in the medical field, I was like being critical about what he was doing. And I asked him a lot of questions regarding his job. So what do you mean by that? So what are you thinking when I say that? Or what comes to mind when I said that? And I was picking, and I was doing it on purpose because I wanted to hear the medical side of it, his thinking, as far as what he thinks when he's assessing somebody. I did the same, but my assessments were for another reason. So I wanted to know, so what's a psychiatrist? What's their, you know? And then when he was done, I say, so what'd you come up with? What diagnosis did you come up with? And he's like, well, and he even said to me, let's hear what you think about this one. And he reads it like super technical and word for word, and he kind of smiles at me after he says it, and I went, okay. And that's when I realized, all right, enough of this guy. And I never did see him again. I was like, oh my gosh. It was like yeah, it's like I had to question the guy questioning you. Oh, I did. I did. I like really, I really stayed on top of him. And I could see he was like, under the gun, and I'm waiting for his answer. And he came up with one, and he gave me like a textbook right out of the book, right out of the psychology book, diagnosis. And I thought to myself, you know what? These guys don't know any more than I do. It's like, and I'm sure they knew a lot more than me, but that's what I was thinking. And I thought, all right, enough of this. That was useless. Thank God my insurance covered it. But I think I paid a $25 copay or something, but oh well. But this program, that program I told you about, now that got my attention. And 17 years later, I'm talking about it. What does that tell you? I actually was a director of a Reformers Unanimous program up in Gloucester County, New Jersey. I was asked to do it by the pastor of a church up there, and he needed a replacement. So I actually went up there as an assistant director to start off with. And then that guy that was asked to be the director, when we were when we were getting ready for a meeting one Friday night, or in preparation for one of the meetings, he asked me, he's like, Gary, he was an ex veteran. What was he? Navy? Because I used to pick him up at the veterans facility in Philadelphia, bad part of town. And the whole veterans facility was under lockdown, or barbed wire. It was like a prison because it was such a bad part of town. It was like South Philly or something. The stuff you hear on the news. I think it was Navy, or was he Army? But anyways, um, he asked me kind of in private, Gary, I'm really not looking too forward to playing the director role in this program. So what do you think about you giving it a shot? And I'll support you as the co-director, and we'll do this together. And I was like, wow, that's something I never saw coming. So I took it upon myself to do it, and together I ended up directing this chapter up there. So I got a taste of what it was like to be on that side, and it was a good experience. Unfortunately, I stepped away from the church about a year later to come back to this part of town because my wife wasn't happy with. We were looking for real estate up there to live there and attend that church. But it really wasn't kind of a nice part of town, and my wife wasn't real comfortable with it. And um, so that was kind of a big reason. I needed to keep the, happy wife, happy life. And I had to tell the pastor that I was stepping away from it. Well, speaking of, that guy that ended up being my co-director, he took his life. Well, fentanyl took his life. Yep, he ended up getting his stronghold was cocaine, and apparently he got a bad batch or something laced with fentanyl, and it killed him. Yep. And that was 2012, 13, somewhere around there. Yeah, 2012, 2013. I think more like 2013. Well, no, yeah, that was right, because we bought this house 2014. And so I came back in 2014. So it was around 2013. Yeah, yeah, nothing to be sorry about. It was bizarre that how I found out about it. His name was Randy. He was older than me. He was like my older brother. And my brother's 3 years older than me. And Randy went on a road trip to visit family or something down in like Arkansas or something, apparently where he was originally from. So he went from Jersey down to Arkansas. And then when he came back, the pastor calls me and says, we had talked since then, the pastor and I. And then he says, "Hey, remember Randy?" And he's like, "Yeah." And he said, "Well, Randy's no longer with us." And I'm like, "What? What happened?" And he says, "Well, apparently he was found in his apartment." Yeah, apparently that was the story. I'll tell that story. As a matter of fact, there's more to that year and a half that I spent directing that program. That's actually related to emergency medicine, and I'll have to talk about that call or that experience that I got to do. Matter of fact, I can share it with you now if you have a few minutes. Since I'm on that note, uh, I was directing that program. Randy was still alive, I think. Yeah. And I ended up, two new people came to the program. And it was a guy suffering from muscular dystrophy or multiple sclerosis, where basically I'm not going to go into detail, but the sheath, the outer coating of um, the nerves that go through your body um, start to deteriorate, and because of that, you start losing muscle function and the ability to coordinate your extremities and or your legs, your upper extremities, lower extremities, and then they end up in with a walker, or they end up on uh, um, canes or devices, for their arms. You've probably seen people, and then they end up in a wheelchair because they can no longer do that. And it's debilitating, and it eventually, will take a person's life. Well, that was the guy. And I used to pick him up in his wheelchair out of his home. And I'd put the wheelchair in the back of the Mitsubishi wagon I had, and then give him a ride to the program. Well, he had a girlfriend that apparently was going through, I forget what his issue was, that brought him to the program. It doesn't matter. And he had a girlfriend that was apparently going through some, she was in jail, convicted of something, and she was getting out of jail and was given probation. And the program actually deals with that and helps with that as well, by putting together letters of recommendation for those that are going through that. Especially in her case, she was on a probation. Part of the probation was that she was to attend a program to help with, I don't know if she was going through alcohol or drugs or whatever. And so in the process of finding a program that she could present to the court to say, I'm enrolled, her boyfriend had started attending the Reform is Unanimous program. And so he told her about that, and she came to the program. And I met her um, after picking up her. I think I picked up her as well as her boyfriend that night, and we brought him to the program. Well, and I was able to submit a letter for her, or at least I gave her the format. She filled it out. She presented it to the court. They accepted it as long as she attended the program, and and she brought documentation that she was indeed doing that. And so that was pretty cool. That was my first experience with helping somebody with that. Well, to fast forward, um, shortly after that, I think second visit, she was like uh, her second time to the program. Uh, I'm going to take them home. They need a ride home, so I did take them home, and I I knew that there was an opportunity to share the gospel with her, to share what I've shared with you guys before. And I wanted to make sure that I did that night, you know, before I took her home or when I dropped her off or whatever, whenever I could find the time to do it. And one thing led to the other. And next thing you know, I forgot. And we both got in the car and I took them home. They two different locations, dropped her off and then drove to his place and dropped him off. And that, like within 2 days, I get a phone call by the pastor. And he's like, "Hey, Gary, Pastor Duster." And I'm like, "Hey, Pastor." He's like, "Hey, I'm out of town at the moment." I think I don't know where he was, but he's out of state. And just to check in, Josh, are you still there? Just to make sure that I am not speaking to a wall, which I've done on too many occasions. I'm going to check to make sure I still got you here. Okay. So I get a phone call from the pastor and he's like, "Hey, Gary, I'm out of town." I'm like, "Yeah, what can I do for you?" And he says, "Remember uh, whatever the guy's name is in the wheelchair?" And I was like, "Yeah." And his girlfriend? And I was like, "Yeah." He says, "Well, I just got word from, I guess, their family, uh, the guy in the wheelchair's family, that they were both involved in a motor vehicle accident." And I'm like, "Whoa, really? Everybody okay?" And he's like, "Well, yes and no." And he says, "Well, I'm trying to think of his name. So and so, the guy is at such and such community hospital in, wherever he was in New Jersey. He's fine. He got released this afternoon." I think he might have called the pastor when he got home. But the girl got hurt and she's at Cooper Hospital up in Philadelphia. Well, Cooper is a major trauma center. And that's a much higher level of care than, like a community hospital where he went. And more than likely, being in the business, he was taken to what level could take care of his minor injuries. But she was a trauma candidate. There's certain things that if they fit a certain criteria, they don't get to stop at go. They go directly past go and they go to the trauma center. Well, that was the case for her. She was hurt. And the pastor's telling me she's in ICU, intensive care unit. I'm thinking, rut-row, she's not, she's hurt. She's critical, as they say. And so I was like, okay. And now I'm trying to think, well, he's out of state and he's calling me. Why is he calling me? He says, "Well, here's what I'd like you to do." The pastor telling me this. He says, "I want you to go to Cooper Hospital. And remember I said earlier that I wanted to share the gospel with her, but I didn't get a chance to? Well, pastor didn't know this, but he tells me she's in the ICU. I don't know if she's there by herself or if her family's there. More than likely her family's with her. but I want you to, he says, you got your Reformers Unanimous shirt? I had a long sleeve, more formal, button up shirt with the logo on above the pocket. I was like, yeah. He says, wear that. He says, I want you to go in as clergy. I want you to take my place. And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, the pastor's telling me to go in as a pastor. And he's like, yes, I want you to go in there. He says, I want you to go up and give her a visit, whether she's conscious or not. He says, I want you to share the word to her, just like you would anybody else that is awake and able to hear you. He says, I want you to share the gospel with her. And I'm like, Roger that. He says, family might be there, but he said, if they are, even better. They get to hear it too. And I'm thinking, whoa, what are the chances this guy from San Diego, this kid from San Diego, comes to New Jersey and is now, this was before I was I still? No, I was directing I was directing the Reformers Unanimous program. And that I would be directing his program, and now he's asking me to go into a trauma center and visit somebody up in the ICU and share the word of God with her, whether she's awake or not. And I thought, whoa, this is going to be different. Never done this one before. But I'm all nervous and I'm trying to prepare, and I'm putting all my cheat sheets and my bookmarks in the Bible. There's certain verses that I wanted to go to and make sure I know where they are. And, anyways. And so I get all prepared, and my wife's at work, and I've got my little boy, which I've been a stay-at-home dad since 2008, and he was little at the time. He was about, let's see, if it was 2013, he would have been 5. I'm sorry, he would have been 8 years old. So yeah, he was about 7 or 8. So I got him with me, and the pastor even told me, when you get to the hospital, you'll see a clergy parking space, a couple of spaces for clergy. He had done this before. He's like, go ahead and park there. When you go in, check in with the security guard and sign your name and as clergy, and then just tell him why you're there and what floor you need to go to. And he gave me all that information. 8th floor ICU, and gave me the patient's last name. And I was like, whoa. So sure enough, I get there and I found the parking spaces, and there it was, clergy, and I parked. And Pastor Doc for a bit. And I went in just like he told me, and security was there, and I signed in, and he actually turned and he called another guy from at the table behind him and asked to give me an escort and show me where the elevators were, so I could get there without getting lost. So I had a guy, with me in the elevators, and he got me up to the right floor. And then my son and he was at my side, and I went into the waiting room, and I'm trying to remember, I think whatever reason I was in the waiting room, maybe it was because, you know what it was? It was because my son was with me, and I had a nurse tell me, no, he can't be in here with you. And I went, oh, okay, I'll be back. And I went out, I went into the waiting room, and I was trying to think, how am I going to do this? I got my son with me, and these 2 elderly ladies that were sitting next to me overheard, and they said, we'll watch him for you. And I went, oh, cool. You're going to be here for a bit? I shouldn't be more than 20 minutes or something. They're like, no problem. We'll do it. And I'm like, oh, thank God for that. So I had these 2 elderly ladies babysit my son, and I went back into the ICU, and check out the next sequence of events. I go up to the nurse's station, and there's nobody there at first. And eventually a nurse comes out, and she's like, hi, may I help you? And I told her, yeah, I'm here I look at my paper, and I said the last name. And she's like, I kind of noticed a body language change, that, yeah, she kind of puts her eyes down and then she looks back and she says, give me a moment. And I kind of thought, uh-oh, what's going on? you know, I'm trying to think, what did I just see from her? And I couldn't quite figure it out. And she goes in the back, like into the employee room. And then she comes back out and another nurse comes back out and she says, you here for, and she says the patient's name. And I said, yeah, room 80, whatever it was, 801. She's like, yeah, it's out the doors, first door on the left. I went, okay, thank you. And I turned and I started walking in that direction and I'm still trying to figure out, okay, something's not normal about this. You know, there was a hesitation. I saw her kind of pause and, it wasn't like, oh yeah, she's right there in room, so I'm kind of trying to figure this out. And I walk out the doors, first door on the left, and I go in there and the room is empty. There's not even a bed in the room. And I thought, okay. But then I look straight forward and there's a nurse sitting at a table up against the window. And she's got her back to me and she's typing on her laptop. And the room is empty. There's no bed in it. And I'm like, I look back at the room number. Yep, right room. And she hears me eventually and she turns around and she rolls away from the desk and she's like, hi, can I help you? And I said, yeah, I'm looking for, and I read the patient's name and she goes, oh, they just took her to the morgue. And she turns back around and she goes back to her laptop. And I went, huh? What? They just took her to the morgue. And I had to kind of reiterate, excuse me, they just took her to the morgue? Did you say? She's like, yeah, they just took her to the morgue. And I thought, okay, what do I do now? She's dead. They took her down to the morgue. And you know what, Josh? I ended up sharing the gospel to guess who? The nurse. Who would have known? Only God would have known that. And unfortunately, she wasn't very receptive about it. She was actually kind of standoffish about it. Yeah, well, they didn't know what to tell me. Right. Like, how are we going to tell him that she's no longer here? So I think they kind of shifted the responsibility to the nurse that was to her nurse in the bedroom, in which they did. And so I didn't see the next step coming, but I ended up telling the nurse, well, this is why I'm here. And I told her my story, that I was contacted by my pastor and that I was acting for him. And I showed him the Reformers Unanimous embroidery on my shirt. And she was there listening. But then she kind of got that look like, okay, who are you and why are you here? Tell me that again. And it wasn't a good, receptive, happy to see you look. It was like, okay, so who are you and why are you here and what were you about to do? And I realized I could read that, and I was like, uh-oh, this isn't going to go over very well. So after explaining to her again why I was there, I ended up just coming out of my mouth explaining to her what Reformers Unanimous was, just like I did with you. And she built a wall, and she didn't want to hear anymore. And she kind of shut me down pretty quick. But that was that. And it was still a good, it was like, wow, who would have known that I was going to walk into a room, an empty room, and have her say what she said. And then for me, to share to her, or at least attempt to, what I was going to share with the patient who they took to the morgue. So, anyways, it's like, who would have known that, that sequence of events would have unfolded for me, just plain old me, who who was an attendee of the program, and that's all I was, all the years I had been going. It would have been 6 years at that point. I had been involved in the program. Yeah. Yeah, I actually called her. I called him back and told him, and him being a pastor, been there, done that. It's like my current church that I attend. How many times does pastor go to the hospital, and do the same thing, whether the patient's still awake, alive, or dead, and then having to attend their funeral and and give a funeral speech, which really, honestly, now that I've been involved in the program for as long as I have, and I attend I'm sorry, Mainland Baptist Church here in New Jersey. Um, the pastor does the same thing that I would have been doing. Well, like I said, the pastor asked me to fill his shoes. So, my pastor today of my church, he does no different. Even at funerals, which I've learned is it's an incredible opportunity to attend a funeral now. The funeral isn't to go and grieve over that person that's dead in the casket behind you or at the memorial service. It's not about them anymore. They're dead. Remember, I was telling you earlier, or telling Jeff, it's not about that person that's dead. Hopefully that person heard the gospel. Now, on that note, I don't, only God knows, what that girl, cried out before, she took her last breath. But I do know. Okay, I think I'm back. I'm sorry. I am gratefully sorry. Um, I'm just checking, make sure I got audio. Yep, yep, yep. I got it. Um, yeah, I was saying, uh, the pastor's job is no different than what I was doing at the hospital, and they do the same thing when they go to hospitals, um, whether they're alive, sick, uh, unconscious, or dead. And they do the same thing at memorial services and or funerals. It's no longer about, I might be repeating myself, but just bear with me. It's no longer about the dead person. Hopefully, they heard the gospel before they died, but that's hindsight now. Now the focus is on the people that are alive and whether or not they've had the opportunity to hear the truth before they take their last breath. So funerals are used as an opportunity. They say in the Baptist circles, it's an open door opportunity to share the truth to them, because God forbid they take their last breath and not hear the truth and have an opportunity to accept it, to believe it. And so my 84-year-old elderly friend um, told me he hopes to have 1,000 people at his funeral. It's not about him anymore. He's dead. It's about the 1,000 people that get a chance to hear. I mean, what chance when do you get a chance to share to 1,000 people, or like a have a church service with 1,000 people in attendance? It's what it is. It's about those people now. And what a difference it makes at funerals. I can attend funerals now that are associated with my church, and I already know what the funeral is going to be about. There's going to be mention of, of course, the person, but even more so, it's going to be an opportunity to share the gospel with people. And that's how funerals that I go to now unfold. And amidst the tears that people are shedding over their loved one, they get to hear the good news. And it's awesome. I remember attending my dad's funeral. I got to talk at my dad's funeral. What do you think I did at my dad's funeral? I shared the gospel with my family. Unfortunately, they weren't receptive. They kinda built that wall like that nurse did. That's unfortunate. My own family, my brothers and sisters and my mother. And then we had a small turnout for my dad's memorial service, but it wasn't about my dad. I got to share the gospel with my dad before he died. Praise God that I got to do that. For the first time in his life, he heard the gospel, and he told me his own son, "I've nobody's ever explained it to me that way, Gary." My own dad. And I was like, man, it was the greatest moment in my life to be able to share that with my own father and to hear him say that and respond that way to me. I was like, OMG, my own dad. I got to share the gospel with my own dad. For the first time in his life, he got to hear it from his own son. Oh, speaking of tears and snot, man, I was flowing with my dad in my living room of my own home on the floor with my dad because he was bawling his head out. Ah, what a what a moment that was in my life. So yeah, it's about people. It's about people that haven't heard. Just share it with them. If they accept it, hoorah. If they don't, hoorah. It's a win-win situation. I've said that before. God gets the glory whether people accept it or not. Think about this. Check this out. This is where this program has brought my mind from where it used to be and what it is now. Remember the story, of Christ being crucified? Crucify him, crucify him. Man, they were they were crucifying that man from the get-go. Before he was even nailed to the cross, they were crucifying him with words and calling him names and torturing him and punishing him and punching him and pulling the hair out of his face and using open palms, in his face and uh, they butchered the man. They tore him up. They said he was unrecognizable before he was even crucified. And even when he was on the cross, people were jeering him and saying, "If you're God, get down off that cross. Prove it. Prove yourself." And they had no concept of why he was there. That he was there for them in their place. Anyways, so you see, even though people are jeering him and throwing rocks at him and doing everything to him, even once he was on the cross, what he did, what he did gave the opportunity to save everybody if they choose to believe. So you see how he got glorified, even though people were throwing rocks at him and spitting on him while he was on that cross. He won the war before the war was even finished. Even during the war against him, he was being glorified because of the reason why he was doing it was to save them, to give them give those people that are doing it to him an opportunity to live again one day, to get married back to him. Little did they know. You see, so when people deny me and build a wall up like my family did, my own mother, my brothers, my sisters, even though it hurts, and you wish they wouldn't do it, it's just making God look even better. He wins. That's why they say God wins all wars. All wars. That war that we fought in Afghanistan, that war we fought in Iraq, all wars that we've ever fought in, it's not about whether or not we were there, we should have been there or not. It's about him. It's about what he went through. You see? That's the reason why we're fighting these wars, to get people to come to Christ. What a concept. It's like we can't see that. So don't worry about why you went to war. Share the gospel with somebody before they get mortared or they get a bullet through their head. You see? You're going to die. You're going to die whether you die at war or if you die at a place you shouldn't have been or if you die at a peaceful death. What, pray tell, is a peaceful death? Maybe in the eyes of the person that observed it, but the person that died is dead, right? It didn't matter how he died. He's dead. What matters is what's going to happen after he dies, right? So it doesn't matter why we go to war. What's important is I hope you know the truth before you go out and you fight. What if something happens to you and you don't know the truth because you chose to build a wall up and not listen to that person sharing the gospel with you? What if? Now you're screwed. You're not just screwed right now, you're screwed forever. Ever. It wasn't God's fault. You're the one that made the choice not to listen. You see, I'm not pointing at anybody in particular, but that's what happens. You see, the focus is you got to share the truth with somebody and give them an opportunity to say yes or no, right? That's it. Hard to spread the good gospel. Yeah, especially if the person is a dreading or the family didn't care. Exactly. You're right. You know what? I'm telling you, Josh, it's so good, dude. So good. The word of God covers you, dude. Listen, listen to this verse. Listen. Again, it doesn't make it it's not going to change the mind of some people. Matter of fact, the word of God says most people aren't going to accept it. So be prepared for that. But remember I said God gets glorified, whether they accept it or not, or whether they are so high. Been there, guy. Been there. I had a guy come in with blood dripping down his antecubital. That's where you start IVs in the middle of the arm. I had a guy with blood still dripping down his antecubital because he just did heroin, and he couldn't. He was unconscious in my program, sitting in the chair, just about to go unconscious. He was falling out of his chair, blood dripping down the middle of his arm. Absolutely, he probably couldn't hear half anything that I was saying. But I actually had to have somebody escort him and get him, uh, at least wake him up so he could stay alive, stay breathing. But anyways, um, I was going to share with you a verse. God says, "Blessed are ye." That's happy. Blessed is an old English word for a modern English word, happy. Blessed are you, or ye in the old King James Version. Blessed are ye when men shall revile you, persecute you, or say all manner of evil against you falsely. This is Jesus speaking. For my sake, for Jesus' sake. He said, when people do that to you, when they are so high, well, that doesn't really apply. But when people are, closing you down, they are, maybe they're saying profanity back at you, or, get the hell off my porch, or slamming the door in your face, or, like my family did, building a wall up. They just don't want to hear it. God said, don't worry about it. When you're doing it for my sake, for me, and they're doing it falsely, they're saying false things against you. He said, I'll bless you. Don't worry about it. I got you covered. I got your back. And it's like, there you go. Doesn't matter. God wins all wars. He does. He wins all wars, whether they deny you or whether they accept you. It's okay. You're blessed. I'll bless you. What a concept. You want to be happy? Go out and be denied for my sake. You're like, wow, that's a never been taught that before. Society says, what's the song? The reggae song? Don't worry, be happy. Don't worry, be happy. Or be all you can be in the army. Speaking of army, everything's about you. Me, I. God says, no, no, no. Make it about me. It's like a total contradiction to how society raises us and rears us. It's not about you, Gary. It's not about you, Josh. He says it's about me. You want to be happy? Make it about me. You want to be wealthy? Do it for my sake. You want to be successful? Do it for my sake. It's all about him. Why are we here? How did we get here? Remember I was saying earlier? What is the way? What is the truth? I am God speaking. What's the correct way? I am. I am. Powerful words right there. God speaking. I am. I am that I am. What a trip. Ah, good stuff. Yeah, it is. It's incredible. Now, the struggle is, living what is, what seems to be so easy, you know? But yeah, I'm glad I got exposed to this. This is the greatest discovery of my life. Honestly. I get to read the truth and find out a overwhelmingly convincing model of how everything got here, how I got here, how the mountains got here, how the valleys got here, how the oceans got here, how the lakes were formed, how the canyons got here, how these landforms, why the landforms look the way they do. Right there. when scientists do when the scientists do their experiments and their studies and their digs based on this, based on in the beginning God created, imagine everything starts to fit and makes sense. Overwhelming sense. And I was that was it. I just went, that's it. I'm going back to school. I'm going to relearn things that I was never told, or I should say, relearn sciences that I never was told the truth about. And it's cool. It's good. It keeps me motivated. I seek out things because I'm curious about them. What about this? And what's the latest on this? Or what are they saying now about this? And I can just either go to a website, creation.com, and type in my question and see if there's a new um, journal or article written, by an esteemed scientist about that, and read what he found lately about it. Yeah, good, good stuff. You know what I'm struggling with right now? I'm actually reading Genesis just to try to get through it, and that's my struggle right now is getting through Genesis. And I've been reading it to my wife before I go to bed. It's more to help her get to sleep. But for me, I'm sitting there really trying to understand this and follow it, and I'm having a rough time. Oh my gosh. And when I do read it and my wife is actually awake, she knows more about this than I do. She remembers these stories. And he's like, "Yeah, that's so and so's husband, or that's so and so's concubine." And I was like, "How do you remember this stuff?" Like, I got to reread it 3 times, and I still can't remember it. So anyway, I am going to cut this short. It's 3 o'clock, almost straight up right now. 2 more minutes or 1 more minute. I'm out of here, Josh. Thank you, whoever else. Oh, gosh, Cruz came back. I didn't even see you, Cruz. Sorry if you're still there. I'm just in a zone, as you could tell. Yeah, so you've been to AA, or have you, Cruz? You mentioned I felt the same at AA. But yeah, this is a good note. My bladder is about to burst, and I'm gonna hit the head and take care of business. Um, Hoorah! You too, Josh, and anybody else that hung in there. I appreciate it. Well, look for me again around 8 o'clock tomorrow, or 8 o'clock. Let's see, tomorrow's Alexa. What's today? Oh, it's Friday. Okay, okay. I was gonna say one more day and then the weekend. I got to try to get my car back together tomorrow. I don't know if I'm going to be successful or not, but we'll see. All right, I'm about to do the dance. I gotta go relieve myself. Oh my gosh. See you guys as you were. Later. Later, Gator.